Hello friends, it's Saturday and it's confusing because obviously we did a long stream yesterday, but that feels a really long time ago somehow in my head. So, not quite sure how that happened because, well, it wasn't really that long ago. It was what, 18 hours, if that? So, we have some sewing to do. I haven't touched it like a good girl since we left off. I'm just trying to work out how I'm supposed to get comfortable because, of course, the dog's just come and sat exactly where I was going to be. Let's see if I can move over a little. Doesn't give me anywhere to put my bobbins, and the dog will want to come up there later. Oh, never mind. Right, so here we go. I know it's not straight, bite me. For all of those with you OCD, I really do apologise. If you suffer OCD, I am not your girl. So here we go. Let's continue where we left off. I have noticed something. I noticed something, as nearly all crafters do. You only notice the problem once you've taken a photo and proudly show it on the internet. So, what did Liz notice? Let's show you. So, let's zoom in and I am terrible at using this. I really ought to put me on the other side. So, right. Let me find something to point with. This will do. This is what rose grounds should look like. There should be little squares with circles in. Look at this row here. Especially this one. Look how flat they've got. Now, you may recall that the reason that I left the pins in these was to keep them safe. Well, they kind of did. But this row has flattened out, and a lot of that is because the tension that can be put on the thread can back travel up your work, and it has pulled, especially that one, far too flat. Now, when it's all off the page and allowed to settle down, it might even out a little bit, but part of the reason I even put, so last night, as you may recall, I put some of the pins back in here because these were beginning to distort. This is clearly an issue for me, so what I need to do next time round is leave much more of the pins in this rose ground on both sides. I mean, this is the original side and it's not as bad, but leave much more of the pins on both sides to support the rose ground for the final moment. Now, I'm just going to try and put these pins back in the holes. There's a hole. It is a frustration because obviously, you know, one of the things you can do is if you look at like a lot of the ground stitch here, you can't see the black dots. But here you can see them all and you can tell it has really pulled it out of shape, which is why putting the pins back is proving to be difficult. Because I can't stretch them back when they don't want to go. I'm just going to try and attention in the right places. These stupid bendy pins really do not help. Like that. So I'm flatten this flattened one a little. It looks more like I completely chopped it up, to be honest, rather than pulled out today. It looks like a complete vanilla colour, but I'm pretty sure I hadn't. No, it is still in there. A bit of fluff from when all, because of course, for those who missed it yesterday, I successfully knocked my own bobbins all over the floor yesterday, which really has not helped. Because every time I look at everything now, all I see are hairs and dog fur and some of them are mine, of course. Of course, I have hair. A little bit. So, got a bit of a headache today. Should have taken some painkillers for the headache. Clearly, I have not, because I'm stupid. For I did not think of it in advance, because I have the IQ of a dung beetle. Removing a few pins that for me to scour myself on later, because that will skewer myself on later rather. That's what I do best. Right, let's have a look. Now, you look confusing. That's because you have wrapped around the pin. There we go. Right. This is why my board tilts, because of course I lean, because I'm right-handed, on it because I have to, because well I'm human, and I cannot get to this bit of the board without putting any weight on it. And of course 2 seconds later I get mad because it's leaning to the right. So, good bobbins. Not the right hole. Arseholes. Panic, Mr. Mannering. This is not the right place. I wondered why it was so much easier. It's not the right place. Shit. Now you really must not move, people. As my thing's leaning at a chronic drunk angle, I need find how to extract everybody that back up as much as I can. Put you back through the hole so that you can come out of there, because it was the wrong frigging hole. Fuck's sake. I just wish this was kind of I know, well, you can't see. I wish this was down here, right at the bottom, so it was close to me. And I know that technically I can do that because I can take out this block and move it down. And I can't show it to you as well. As I hate to, but we can try, I suppose. Bring it a bit closer. But you see, that's off the bottom of the camera. And I don't suppose it moves. No, that's the wrong thing. And I've... Let's try that. Now. That's very nice and close to me. I don't have to haunch over it quite so badly. Let's try poking through the right hole this time. Those bobbins seem really opposing now because they're right in my face, but at least I can see the hole a bit better. Problem is it's the size of a dot. It's all shit because this twists in the tool. I need to find some way of doing that more because it's in the tool and it doesn't, which makes it awkward. Is still off the screen, isn't it? I can't tell because I haven't got my glasses on. Am I off screen or am I on screen? Technically it's on screen. But it's also at a fucking like 45-degree angle. And I didn't mean to the camera, I meant, you know, kind of at a slope. That. Right. Then we can tie the knot. I know you can't see me tying the knot, but believe me, it's just a knot. It's nothing that exciting. And I've just dropped a bobbin. Hang on. At least this is the last double one. So. This is why this takes so long and why this is so stressful, is that this just always seems to find more ways to become infuriating and more complicated than it really is. I mean, it should just be make a loop with one bobbin, pull some with a bobbin, pull the other with a thread, pull the other thread through it, tie them in a bit of a knot, job done. I mean, that sounds so simple, because in theory and practice, it's not hard, except that it is. And one thing that I cannot explain to you is, why is it that whenever I'm doing this, my boobs try and fall out my bra? I am slightly gifted in that area, but it just seems a constant feeling while I'm doing this is that everything's trying to fall out. Right. It's slightly oversharing, but it is one of my struggles of doing this. It is a reality for me. I need some more drink. I'm a bit dehydrated today. Clearly didn't drink enough yesterday. Or maybe haven't drunk enough today, whichever the way it goes. Clearly, I need more liquid. It is a little off. It is right at the bottom. And I can't really move it any closer. Let me tilt that up, because then I can move it back just a tiny bit. It's a bit further away from me, but it's a bit nearer for you. Now, the problem arises once we've tied all of these. I haven't any more bobbins wound, so I can't start the next one. So it's not going to be that short stream because this takes a while, but it seems a bit of a waste of a Saturday. If you know what I mean. It's such a shame that you can't start with knots. I wonder if you can do something. Remember I mentioned the magic loop thing? I wonder if there's a way of starting so that you have temporarily held some, almost like far away, over in the corner sort of thing. You put a pin round it and you loop the bit with the knot around this far away pin. Then you have all the loose tails that you kind of curl up in the middle of this triangle as you go round. Then when you get to here, like we're doing now, you can tie end for end in a little knot and not have to do the kind of pull the thing through the thing, around a thing and up a thing and over a thing. You just tie the knots between the two sides. This is not an time to be making that experiment, but it is a worthy thought. I've got an itchy face again. I think it's because the dogs keep licking my pillows. And if I lie on any of them, I end up with an itchy face. Not that I'm allergic to dogs, but I just don't think it helps. It's like I bought a new pillow. I love my new pillow. Except for the fact that somehow the dogs have managed to put a slight hole in the coating, because it's one of those shaped memory foam things. And I keep catching my earring in it. And I spotted there are actually 3 holes in it now. We will survive. You next. No, you're not. It's you two. You two are next, I think. Maybe not. Could be you. One of you. That's the one. You and you are the next one up. You two form this one. Which is right, you are the worker pair. I'll make you longer. Find the end. There it is. holes. I definitely need, I think, to use fatter pins, if nothing else, for these first holes, because they're evil to try and get this stupid tool through. This is hard enough without battling the elements. And as I said, technically this is not hard. In practice, it seems really difficult. And of course, somehow this is twisted to hell and back. You're also twisted to hell and back. So let's try untwisting you. Am I making it worse or am I making it better? No, I am making it better. There we go. You then go through the hole. If you kick me one more time, dog, you're going to be turned into a kebab. Put that back in the hole. Tighten that up. Hey Nautical, how you doing? It just made me laugh when I got the text from my co-worker who's as cheery as I feel, and because well, obviously he's going through all the same crap I am to a large extent, and it was I heard them pass, and I immediately thought of you, and I was like, I know a man like that. I know a man who understands. So there's currently a man in Swindon with the same problem. As you say, they're not stupid things. Well, they are stupid things, but they're not that stupid. And as a result of being not that stupid, they don't fall for a lot of these things, which is exactly the same problem he has. He has spent a fortune in avoiding said residents, and yeah. We are not alone. We are not alone. It's the same with that one from the meme thing I sent you from I can't even remember where I saw it, but it's the, you know, rats started the plague too soon. You know, rats are okay, too soon. But it's been 7.5 centuries, and how's that relevant at this point? It's still. We still hold grudges, dudes. Anyone who doesn't hold a grudge, clearly. Have you heard the latest one? They're now people are trying to claim that the plague that the rats caused didn't happen. They're trying to pretend that it wasn't a thing. And it's kind of like, it very much was a thing, thanks. A lot of people died from that. Pretty sure, should they be around, you know, should there have been direct survivors, it would be very much. We'll go through the chuffing hole. Why is it? It wants to go through the hole that way, but I don't want to go through the hole that way. So yes, I don't know quite what I'm going to do once the whole kind of sewing is completed, because well, I need to wind some more bobbins before I can start the next row. I'll just put a pin in nothing. That's where I want to pin it. Yeah, it's times like this you need like a 5 or 6 year old child. Preferably one who's kind of skinny and underfed, you know. Oh look, ads in 3 minutes. That's the kind, yeah, you know, the small, grateful to be doing anything kind, you know. One that doesn't mind looking a little bit second-hand by the end of the day, you know. They definitely had, they were onto something back then, that's for sure. Yeah, they don't make these places with access in mind. I mean, for example, let's pretend I'm suffering with you. I've got a roof over my garage that's not part of the roof of my house. Now, it does have an access point. I've never actually looked up there, to be honest. You know, of all the things in the world to be needing to do, that was not one of them. I probably should look up there and discover that there's, you know, crown jewels or something hidden away up there, but I doubt it. Although there were a couple of duvets hidden in the main one. Never really understood why there were a couple of duvets hidden in the main one, but there were a couple of duvets in the main one. I had flooring put down, well, boarding more accurately, put down to assist with the walking around in the main attic, because I've got a house with a little garage on the side, and you know, I wanted to be able to put things in the attic. Have I? Of course I frigging haven't, but I did get it. I had the attic hatch widened a bit because it was definitely designed with, you know, if you wanted to take anything up there, it'd have to be like the size of a shoebox, because by the time you passed through it, there was almost no way for you and an item to get up there, let alone anything of, I don't know, seriously, you know, if you wanted to carry anything bigger than kind of this up there, you know, it would be a challenge. And it's kind of like, well, that's why there was next to nothing up there. Here's because you couldn't really put anything up there because, well, you couldn't get to it. The access point's also in a stupid place. It's in one of the bedrooms, when there is actually, of course, a nice landing it could have been on, which would have been sensible. So I got all that sorted when I moved in, but I haven't done anything with it, like lots of things in my life. Goes on the list of things I intend to do later but haven't, you know. Yeah. You see, that's nice. It's hidden, whereas the one in the bedroom I've got is very much. Hello, you walk through the door. There is an access point right above you. You will, lying at night, it's all you will look at, wondering if the axe murderers are coming, you know? 15 billion more bobbins to go. Feels like 15 billion. I don't know why this feels like such hard work. Got the itches. What's the point? Where did that go? There it is. Itch. Is it me or is it mine here? It is 18 and a half. So it is slightly warmer than I expected, but it's not exactly warm, you know. I'm not exactly talking hot here. Right. You two are next. Out you come. This tool really is shit. Where is my glue? Does this pull out? Problem is it probably doesn't pull out, but if I did pull it out, I need to put some glue on it. Hang on. Oh, and here's the traditional problem. The super glue, can't get the top off. Where are my pliers? using my teeth. No, that just seems to be mangling. Okay, teeth and pliers for the bottom. Not sure that moved at all. There it goes. Let it move. There it is. Jesus Christ. It's the only problem with super glue and stuff. Inevitably, it is the bottle that means it either goes solid in the bottle, and therefore you can't use it anymore, or you can't get the bloody top off. It's just... I remember it being shit to put the top back on last time. I'll have to order me some more super glue, clearly, because this... Yeah, it is... Super glue is the worst substance. Whatever you do is just wrong, frankly. It seems. Where's my other pokey tool? Let's use this one. Which, of course, has tangled its way around other things. I mean, I don't know if this will work. Look at this. You see this tangling pile of mess? Yeah. This is what has attached itself to my other one. Let me see if I can extract it. I'm going to have to take glasses off again for this one. This is the only problem, the constant on and off of glasses, because I can't see here and I can't see that, and that's too small without it. Moisture, definitely. How do I know this? Ask the little brown dog who found my beautiful tub of super glue. I really had a really cracking bottle of super glue, but she has a real passion for it, and she stole it and tried to eat it, and I kind of went, what's that? It looked like foam on her mouth. Now it does go white when it cures with water, rather than say clearer as it would be without, but the only reason it didn't kill my dog is because it basically set on all of her teeth. And due to the layer of water and the fact that dogs don't brush their teeth every day, I could pick it off. But she would have swallowed the entire bottle given the chance. And by the way, it wasn't stored in easy to get at place. I'm not stupid. Well, I can be, but I'm not that stupid. I have used it to repair dog for... it's good for also... just like humans, it's also good if, instead of stitches, they use super glue in humans. And so I have used it for dogs for the same effect. Funnily enough, like when dog A bit ripped hole in dog B not very long ago. Bottle of super glue to the rescue. As you say, it's good on the bottom of nails if because as a human, if someone hurts you, you pull away. When you hurt a dog, they seem to push towards you. So when you're trimming their nail, rather than yank their foot away like we would do, they seem to try and kick you. And as a result, you now kind of crunch down and take their leg off at the elbow. And then they wonder why it hurts. And you're going, well, if you sat still, we wouldn't be in this predicament. It's just... I love my dogs dearly, but there are most distinctly times when I mean, they are making it very hard to love dogs. Stop hooking on pins that have like 0.1 millimeter above the... These strings are insanely good at catching on pins you don't want them to. They just really excel at it. You've just wrapped around the pin. You were never coming out of there in a hurry, are you? Well, as my beautiful co-worker did say, it is the time of year for it because it's getting cold and wet outside. Why be outside getting cold and wet when you can sneak in someone else's house and be nice and warm? And for that point, I do get it. But not in my house and you know, etc. Now, go and find some empty abandoned house. Go and hide in there. The problem is, as we discussed yesterday, is they don't need a particularly big hole to get in. But the hole can be underground. The hole can be, and they go up through between the wall because most walls have a cavity in them, and so they can just wander around through the walls. So any cracks, holes, almost in any of the terrace houses that you lived in, they can go in there and walk around to their heart's content and, you know, pop out wherever they like, kind of thing. It almost makes you want to put a layer of concrete in your attic. It really does. It's, you know, it's the kind of thing that, you know, can I just fill my attic with argon gas or something that's, you know, highly toxic and, you know, please? It's... They need such small gaps they can come through from next door because yours is better, for want of a better word. It really almost is impossible to tell where they definitely come from, because there are often so many little ways that they could have got in over a, you know, a terraced house. I mean, for example, I know that most spring there's a woodpecker who tries to live. I've got wooden cladding on the upper half of my house. I know there's a woodpecker, if he doesn't actually live in it, he spends about 2 months banging on it. And I believe, and there are some birds that live in there. I just don't believe they are the actual woodpeckers. But I hear the little Mr. Woodpecker drumming on my house, and it's like, can you not? Because obviously from the inside it's a lot louder. But obviously that's why he does it, because it echoes really well. And the whole house, instead of being a bit of a tree, is the whole house. I know what you mean. I understand. I understand entirely. As I said, part of you almost wants to concrete over the entire attic. I wouldn't throw concrete down the sewer, but because that could be really unpleasant for all, but it is really tempting to put it kind of down the cavities of your wall. And I mean, I kind of get why there's a cavity in the wall, but I also think it feels a bit of a dumb thing to have a cavity in the wall. At least we're not Americans with kind of the crawl space, as it's called, and you're like, what a waste of house that is. There's like a metre crawl space all the way around the house. I'd stuff that. But then their houses are made of tiny little sticks. How the hell's that? Oh, I know what that is. A bit of a tangle going on with some other stuff. If you have to wander off and do things, you wander off and do things. I understand. I mean, I've watched a load of the extreme makeovers with Ty Pennington, and when you see them, and you know they kind of knock half the house down, and you're looking at it going, it's made out of two kind of almost like cardboard sheets with a couple of on a bit of a wooden kind of framework, and you're kind of going, can you live in that? But then it also explains something else. I mean, house fires are not that common here. I mean, fires happen, but it's very rare that the electricity causes fires in the UK. It's usually Christmas trees or bad appliances. Thank you, Silver Dragon. I was watching some of your stream and the beautiful piece you were working on. That's very pretty. I liked that. With your little scalloped edges and kind of like little trees. I know they're not trees, but the zigzags and the points and things. It was very pretty. Well, and I don't blame you on that. It's frigging expensive crap. And that's it. In the UK, rats chewing on wires is possibly one of the only reasons we end up with fires over here. Yes, of course you can. Yes, you can send me that. Of course you can. You can do either, my friend. You can do either. I think you can post in here. I don't think I've turned off. But if you want to send it to me privately, that's fine. I can always share it for you. If you want to be safe that way. Thank you. I shall. Let me click on that. Let me have a good click on that. Oh, that is pretty. Very pretty. Thank you for that. I shall hang on to that and have a good look later. I was trying to work out which country you were from, Silver Dragon, because whatever it is, I don't speak it. But it was very colourful. It definitely wasn't German, because, well, not that I speak German fluently, but it was definitely not German. You're from Denmark. Your English is very good, by the way. So yes, I was trying to follow along with your chat, and obviously most of that was in Danish, and I was just happily watching you with your little piece. So didn't understand a word, but that was fine. So I appreciate that you come here and you speak in English for me, because obviously I'm English. And I appreciate that. Probably some dynamite for your visitors, no doubt. Yeah. I understand, not to kill. Have fun. Well, that's very good of you. I mean, I unfortunately don't really know any other languages. I'm not very good at languages. Computer languages, now that's a different story. But kind of human languages, not so much. Terrible at languages. They made me do French at school. I was really bad at that. In fact, I was terrible at that. Then I moved on to German, so I did do a bit of German, and for some reason I got on slightly better with that, but still wasn't good at it. And of course I only did it for a little while, and because it's at school, it's at the rate of like 2 hours a week, and it's not like I practiced it, so I'm just not fluent at anything, really. I do struggle with the ends. This is the bit that I struggle with the most. And I don't know why I struggle with it. I just do. I find this very, 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 very taxing and hard. I think it's because for some reason as I bend over and I'm poking the tool, many names for it, through the hole, I'm not breathing. And I think that doesn't help. Got a bit of a runny nose today, which doesn't help either. Wow. It does seem that we, the English, do kind of the American thing, which is just speak louder. And while, as an English person, I can tell you that certainly when in my day at school, because obviously I'm 52 and it may have changed, we learn French from 9, I'm going to say. And at about 14 you get to choose what are known as your options, i.e. what classes you're going to take for your first level of important exams, and which you take at 16. And at that point you can learn Spanish, German, some places offer Russian but not many, but that's kind of it. Later, and I do mean later, so sort of like 17, 18, you can learn Latin. Well, that's really important. Who's going to do a stream in Latin? But as a whole, you don't have that many options here in the UK unless you homeschool or you take private lessons, or it is something you decide to learn yourself. And it always strikes me as a bit odd because sounds about right. I to be honest, for some reason I do remember some, not a lot, of my German, and I'm more likely to get the idea of the conversation and work out what is being talked about, even if I don't know some of the words. I can get, the gist of what is being talked about by context and otherwise. But only kind of vaguely, and the more the conversation goes on, the less confident I will be about the subject matter. But, for example, I did help out voluntarily for a web hosting company, and we had someone contact us in German, and admittedly a bit like this, where they typed at me and I could type back. So I could go and look up various words and go, no, I was vaguely right with that. And I'm not going to say syntactically I was correct, because no, I was not. But we had enough of a conversation to fix their problem. I call that a win. Even if, they were rolling around on the floor at the state of my German, which is fine, because I don't pretend that I'm good at it. But I could not have done that in French. I couldn't do it in any other language. I mean, I can count to 10 in Japanese. I know a few... You see, that's the same generally true with Holland. In Holland they learn English to a really good standard, usually, by default. But I, like a lot of British people, would feel compelled to learn some Danish, because if you guys are prepared to learn mine, I should be prepared to learn yours. And so even if it is only just to be polite and say thank you and hello and bid you good day or whatever, I do feel that, you should make an effort. And so if I was coming visiting, I would definitely want to learn, enough words to be, not necessarily have a conversation, but to at least do the, I'm sorry, my Danish is terrible, I don't understand most of this, I can ask for very basic things like, can I have a glass of water or something? Where's the toilet? All those usual basic level things. But I would want to be able to do that. I know that when I was a kid, we went to Switzerland, and the hotel one of the hotels we stayed at, the waiters and that were German, and they went, "Oh, we want more water. I don't know how to ask for it," because they definitely didn't speak English, and I could ask for a jug of water, and I was so pleased with myself, because I was sitting on the table with the adults, because I have always been a bit of an outcast, and so it was kind of nice, because I could sit there and go, I can do that, I'll do that, and we did. We got a glass of water. It was amazing. We got a jug of water, and they were really impressed. But needless to say, it was about all I could ask for. You see, the problem I would have is I would want to make sure that my pronunciation was reasonable as well. And I'm dyslexic, so words are my nemesis. But I'm guessing Godag, Hyde, Farvel, Vices, and Tack. I probably butchered all of that. I apologise to every Danish person in the universe. It's just one of those things, is there should be a level of, one of the things that I think is really wrong is when British people move abroad and still don't make an effort to learn the language. If you're going to live there, learn the language. It's polite. It's, make an effort. No one says you have to be great at it. Oh, I've got such a funny picture in my head now. I needed that laugh, thank you. We were discussing the other day at work how it is that, actually might even have been on stream, about how Americans and what they think of as a British accent is usually quite funny. And yeah, it was kind of, yeah, it just reminded me of that bit as well. Because of course we don't all speak like the 1940s kind of TV British people do, because we don't. No one really speaks like that. It's like the women don't sing like that either. I don't know how they ever sung like that. Frightening. Oh, stop catching all the wretched things. How do you do this? Well, we do drink a lot of tea. Although in more recent years, more and more people do drink coffee. Foul stuff. I hate coffee. But we still do drink quite a lot of tea. So yes, can I have a cup of tea, please? Tea is the answer to everything. When in doubt, have tea. That is. As the girl in Doctor Who says, I'm British. We make tea. We do, kind of. Hug dogs, make tea. That's kind of how the British goes. You psyching yourself up for your stream today then, Silver of Dragon? It is a biscuit, and I think that confuses the heck out of us when Americans talk of biscuits and gravy, because, well, we think of, as you say, cookies, and gravy, the brown stuff you have like with turkey at Christmas, and that's just not a pleasant thought. And it just, sets us off a little bit, because we're automatically laughing because we think of, biscuits and gravy, whereas of course they're actually more of kind of a dumpling in a sauce. It's not really gravy, and it is a sauce, but it's not gravy, and it's just kind of, as you say, it's one of those weird things is that, I've eaten lots of those. I like those. I am not a skinny person. I do not pretend to eat healthily. I do not pretend that I am a picture of fitness and health. I'm not unhealthy, I'm just not a picture of I am somewhat... let's just put it this way. My doctor says I have a lot of room to improve. But I'm not an unhealthy individual, so I work along those lines of, it hasn't killed me yet. Hasn't even remotely tried yet. But I, like everything, I can imagine that. I think everyone does. I think for every country that celebrates Christmas, we consume like 3 times your body weight in snacks around Christmas. Now, whether that's cookies, mince pies, quality street kind of candy sweets in a tin kind of thing, any of that, you know, crisps, biscuits, we all do it. We all sit there and we buy. Well, actually, one of my favourite things, I haven't done it for a couple of years, but this is going to sound worse than it sounds, okay? As we all know, most things are overpriced to a large extent, because that's how they make a profit. But over here, there's a shop not that far away that used to sell broken biscuits. These were all the ones that came off the conveyor belt and could not be put in a tin because they'd broken or they were damaged or came out a bit wonky. It is like 2 kilos of broken biscuits for, frankly, the price of about 5 packets of normal biscuits. Now, it is hit and miss what you get in the tin, but quite a lot of them are whole and look perfectly good. Yeah, sure, quite a few are broken. We have butter packs. We do not have sticks of butter over here. No, we also don't measure shit in cups because that is not a way to measure things. But these broken biscuits are a thing to behold because you walk away with kind of like almost a dog food bag sized bag of broken biscuits for not a lot of money. I have an amazing ability to eat sugar. I can take a tin of golden syrup, the big tin, and just eat. Exactly. Weigh it out. It's a thing. And I can literally eat 500 grams of golden syrup, which is basically sugar, with a spoon, and I'm cool with that. I can just eat that. I do not get a sugar rush. I do not feel sick. You get all these people, oh, that's far too rich, I can only eat a little bit. And I'm like, can I have like round 3, please? I do not suffer from sugar rushes. In fact, when you have like the energy drinks that everyone goes, I get a real high from this. No, I have those and take a nap. Well, exactly. How big's your cup? Surely it depends on how big your cup is. Now, I know obviously a cup is... They have little plastic measuring spoons, and it will say it's 1/4 of a cup or half a cup or whatever. And in fact, I do actually possess one for that reason. But I wouldn't use it by choice. I mean, I'd much rather read a recipe that says, 200 grams of flour, 100 grams of butter and an egg or something. I would much rather do that than be faffing around in a cup wondering whether you need to beat it into the cup. Because, of course, it's like a teaspoon of dry ingredients. Is that a flat teaspoon, a heaped teaspoon? Is it a rounded teaspoon? I mean, it's like, a pinch. Well, surely that depends on how big your fingers are. And that's not very accurate. We like accuracy with these things. If you're gonna do it, you want it to be kind of accurate. So I definitely agree. Weigh stuff, people. It won't kill you, or it might if you don't. And then don't be wondering why it doesn't work. Well, it makes you wonder how they came up with the cup system. I mean, the only thing I would say about a cup system is that if you are wanting equal volumes of things, because obviously, for example, sugar weighs more than flour, But in volume, if the two things are the same, it does make a little sense, and this is the only kind of sense that this stuff makes, to offer if you use basically equal volumes of measure of these things, the recipe will work out right. But the problem is, the sticks of butter thing makes no sense to me whatsoever. I don't understand where that came from, because as far as I know, America is the only place that sells butter in sticks. And as you say, I have no idea what a stick weighs, because, well, they never talk about the weight of your butter. They're, of course, also the only ones that have cheese in a spray can. Which is also a criminal offence. I mean, cheese does not come in a spray can. That's just wrong on a lot of levels. So yes, where's the hole? Oh, there is no. Yes, there is a hole in there. Well, this one. I do have a shorter pin tool, but I really like this. I like this because it's kind of, it's like holding a pen, so you can quite accurately do that. Having man hands and all the rest of it, I've got a pin tool that kind of is this size, and this is like a toothpick. I just struggle with delicate and dainty things, and would rather not. So from that point of view, I really like that because it is big and chunky, and yeah, I'm trying to think who sells that one. I mean, obviously it's a British company, but for example, you can stick a normal needle in this, which is a brass one, so it's heavy, and obviously it's longer. Pom 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 pom. Obviously this is a bent needle, but you can put a normal needle in it, because you unscrew this bit and this comes out. So it's just a vise for putting needles in. It's just got a bent one in, so it's not putting it back in. It's alright, I need to take my glasses off because I'd be short-sighted as heck. There it is. That in there. Screw it in. It's in the middle. It is, but because it is effectively just a clamp, you can put anything in it. You could put a normal needle in it and stab away. So I've also got another one that kind of comes apart, which is a bit weird, to be honest. But I got that one because it was kind of weightier. Because much as I like this one, it's tiny, and I can't knit with short, like you get the sock knitting needles that are like 3 inches long or whatever they are. I can't knit with them. Makes my hand hurt. I can't. Whereas this, and I get from a point of view, because, so for example, you can store it in a little tin of stuff. I'd rather not have it in a tin of stuff. I'd rather be able to find it. I mean, it's much harder to lose a big thing. If you drop that on the floor, you can find it. People stop needing to shrink everything. Not everything has to be micro. return to it, Browntown. We can always return. I mean, if you got dirt you want to bring up or defend it, you are very welcome. We're always good for, conversation. I think I got this one from eBay, to be honest. This one I got from a British lace shop. Let me quickly see if I can find out which one it was. Hang on. I have a feeling... Right, then Browntown, we would like to ask you, why, in the name of all that is holy, do you measure shit in cups? And what is with a stick of butter, and how much does that weigh? Please explain. We are dying to understand how this is beneficial. While I look up where I got my pokey stick from. Hang on. It's only going to be one of a couple of places, so... Let's see if I can find where I found it. Yeah, why not be normal? You know? There you go. So, Silver of Dragon. This one's for you. I tie knots in these. You see, that's our problem with the whole cup system. I will concede that if you need the same volume, that there is a potential that a cup would work. As I said, I can kind of understand it to an extent if, for example, you just need equal measures, not necessarily a cup, but equal measures. So if the ratio of heavier ingredients, so say sugar to flour, well, it's a bit like cup sizes in brass, to be honest. It seems to be this mystical random value. As I said, I've got some, and a cup, that I said, is 25 grams of flour. She says, thinking about it, somewhere in that region, 20 to 25. There is actually somewhere on the internet that converts it, I think. Hang on, let's have a quick look. Well, exactly, it's not an actual cup. It is a... no, that's no good. I found how to convert it to cups. Ew! Sorry. One of the first options I spotted was cream cheese. Yeah, it's a little plastic doodad. Hang on. Oh my god, I'm really quite sad. Okay. 1 cup of flour is supposed to be 125 grams 1 cup of caster sugar or granulated is 200 grams. Powdered sugar stroke icing sugar. Yeah, hang on, let me just post you this, because this will help Silver Dragon a little bit. So, there's a thing that converts it for us. So, converts it and gives you a list of yeah, you see, that's just dirty talk. That's like saying 1 swizzle stick is 3.5 licorice all sorts. It's made up stuff, that is. That's the same as telling the blind man that green is a mixture of yellow and blue. He's got no concept, right? Unless he had vision at some point. Hang on. It would be 250 would be 1 1/8 of a cup of butter. You see, that's the problem. You should. I've seen what you lot do on some of those TikToks, and there's like 16 sticks of butter in and 1 chicken breast in the bottom of a crock pot. You need to weigh that crap, you know? But yeah, when cooking and baking, one does not use cups. That's just heresy. Exactly. I think most of the butter here usually comes... Butter usually comes in 200 to 250 gram packs. You do get the... Let's call it butter, but it's in a tub. So it's more like margarine, which everyone... Well, it's just rancid, but... Exactly! You just cut along the line. It's really easy. No one measures butter in teaspoons except for you lot, you strange people. Next, you're going to be telling me you lot weigh each other in newtons or something. I mean, why? Why would you do that? Or millilitres or something. Oh, yes, I weigh 630,000 millilitres. How the fuck? No! I know. Insane people. And then they wonder why too many people just throw a load in and hope, you know? That for? I'm sorry. What is the point of a teaspoon of butter? Teaspoons. Actually, the only thing we do occasionally have, but you only get it in really posh places, really, is when you go to, like, well, pretty much. I was about to say, Silver Dragon, when you go to, like, hotels, and I'm talking, you know, quality ones, not the, you know, kind of one that looks like it should have been abandoned 20 years ago. Often in the morning you get like a little punnet of jam and a little kind of packet, but the packets are... yeah, right, so you get like a little jam thing. I mean, this is a pizza thing, but you get like a little jam pack of that, but you then get, and I'm looking around for something about the same size, about the size of the bottom of the bottle of this, but it's not as fat, so it's kind of a flatter version, and it's, you know, it's literally kind of wafer thin of butter, so that it melts quickly because it's stored in a thin slither, and it's basically the right size for piece of toast. But you only really get them at hotels. You never find them anywhere else because no one else bothers, you know. Yeah, the little tiny... That's fine. I can kind of get that. But no one else in the history of the world actually measures butter of that small. It's a knob of butter, you know? Chuck in some butter. No. Cups of butter. You are strange people. Actually, one of the guys I watched during the week, he runs a ferret rescue, but he talks about Fahrenheit and centigrade, and he calls them feet and centipedes. And it's all I think of now. It's quite disturbing. Because at least, I mean, I'm a centigrade person, and the one thing I will say about centigrade is water freezes at 0. So I see the point of why that came about. I don't understand Fahrenheit because, well, water freezes at 32, and the rest just seem to be random numbers, you know. Yes. But 0 for freezing makes some sense. Yeah. Adds in like 20 seconds or so. As a child, my parents were imperial, so inches, feet, ounces, miles, etc. And school later tried to teach me to be metric. I ended up a very confused individual because I measure smaller things in inches, but can also do centimetres. Bigger things have to be feet and miles, and weight is ounces or grams. I'm kind of okay a little bit with either, although less good with bigger quantities. I can't weigh me in grams and kilograms. Stuff that. Stone for the win, right? Mainly because stone makes me sound less. Yeah, I know roughly how tall I am in centimetres. But that's only because I was in hospital a lot and they measure you in fucking freedom units or something over there. Seriously, I have no idea what they seem to... It almost seems to vary with the minute. So yeah, I believe I'm 167 centimetres. Something like that. But if you said to me, oh, I'm like, you know, 1 metre 43. I have no idea how big that is. I mean, I know how big it is, but not as a person. It doesn't equate to people. Yeah. It's not in people units, you know? We need people units for that. It'd be like filling your car up in millilitres. You just don't. You see, I'm a bit... Yeah, Wow. You see, that's... I would have... Yeah, you see, I always imagined that 6 foot would be around 2 metres, and of course... I mean, it's not, but for some reason I assumed it would be. Yeah, gauzy issue. I'm the same as you. I'm a mix of and you know, I know that this is 15.5 centimetres. It's about 5.25 inches. I know my window is 43 centimetres by 97, which is 18.5 by... I've already forgotten. I did measure it in inches, and now I've forgotten. But I remember the centimetre numbers because, well, too many people did centimetres. But at the same time, there are lots of things, and I look at that and go, oh, that's about 3.5 inches. And then I'm like, I don't know what that is in centimetres. Let me work that in my head. Hang on, bear with me, caller. You know, it's about 18 centimetres or whatever, right? It's the, it's, you know, it is the bit of you that kind of goes, some of us were born up confused because in England, we drive at miles. We have miles to the gallon, but we buy our fuel in litres. Which idiot thought that was a plan? Well, the answer is, of course, is when they could no longer charge us half p for the gallon. But here's one for most of you. I'm sure you'll understand this. Legal tender is solid units. So we have pence, pounds. That's it. There are no other kind of legal units of pence. We're not allowed half pence anymore. So why is fuel, say, I don't know, 199.9 pence? Oh, blimey, yeah, 6'3", screw it. We'll forgive you the extra bit of an inch, right? But this is, you know, when we buy fuel, doesn't matter what the price is, but how can they honestly be charging and state that a price is, I know, £1.49.9p? You cannot tender the 0.9. And moreover, should you buy 10 litres, I am absolutely adamant that it's not going to cost me £10.49.9p. You know, it's just... because you can't tender the 0.9. And I wish they'd stop doing it because, of course, oh, well, it doesn't say £2. Yeah, but you're going to charge me £2 for it. So just tell me it's £2. It's the same as we used to have adverts that would go, and for only £999.99, just say it's £1,000, dude. Just say it's £1,000. That 1 penny, no. Just say it's £1,000. And stop using the word only on that, because it isn't only £1,000. That's a lot of money. Can we stop pretending that I've got that down the back of the couch? You know, it's only £1. That's a fair statement. It's only £1. Because chances are you can find that money. But not everyone's got £1,000 to spend on a carpet. Well, exactly. Yeah, you can't have pound shop anymore, can you? Because nothing's a pound anymore, you know. Mind you, I don't know how old you are, but I remember first class stamps going up to 10p. Yeah, let's let that one sink in for a bit. I remember them going up to 10p. Because I had to change the stamp in my little brownie pouch because it was out of date and it had to be more expensive. Yeah. Those were the days. I also remember it being something like 5p to travel anywhere on the bus. I had to go to a course in Bristol a little while ago, and I looked at how hard it would be to get from my house to this place in Bristol. I've moved since then, but go with it. There was a bus stop not far behind the back of my house, so all I have to do is kind of walk down my road a little bit, go around the back. They've only sold it in litres while I was driving. However, I remember when it was 47p. Well, actually, I remember it going up to 47p because I think it had been like 37p. It had gone up like 10p a litre and there was outcry. It was in one of the early kind of, war oil zones. Yeah. Yeah. We live in a very strange world because most Americans are perfectly reasonable human beings. They're not, they're not kind of like, all inbred, rednecks, whose mother is their sister and their aunt all in one go, right? Yeah, so much seems to be dumbed down to that kind of level. And the problem is like everything, is you get used to it. And I think that is one of the hardest parts, is that, much like, for example, having suffered from a couple of ailments in my life, so I had a big car accident, I had leukemia in 99, and then I had bowel cancer a couple of years ago. If I was an American, I'd be bankrupt, because you just couldn't afford it. I spent 6 months in hospital with leukemia. And whereas over here, I kind of turned up, they fixed me, they sent me home again. I would also like to point out, it is a little bit less of a quality environment, but then we aren't directly paying for it out of our noses every time we're ill. You pay it as part of the deductions from your salary that gets stolen from you whether you like it or not. And so from that point of view, you have access to, if you're dying, they're not going to go, oh, well, sorry about that, never mind, eh? They're going to try and fix you. And I appreciate that, having been there a couple of times, to truly be honest. Now, did I enjoy any of my experiences? No. I had my wallet stolen, I got food poisoning twice in the leukemia section. The bowel cancer one was on like the hottest days of the year. You couldn't open the window in case you jumped. Well, we soon worked out why you wanted to jump, because it was hell on earth. There was no TV, no radio. There were 4 of us in a room, and only the 4 of us to talk to, with kind of like basically a sauna and a sweatshop. It was kind of like 1950s everything. It was like being back in time in the war sort of thing. And it was horrendous. The food was utterly vile. And it always is. As I say, I got food poisoning twice when I had leukemia. I didn't get food poisoning this time because I've learnt what is edible in our hospitals. And by the way, if you ever need to work out if something's in hospital in the UK is edible, send me the options. I will reply to you which one will come out tasting the best and least likely to kill you. Because I am a genius at it. Much to the amusement of usual fellow ward occupants, because I get it right every time. I may not want to eat any of it, but I do get it right every time. But yeah, it is a skill to learn, I assure you. Well, to give you an idea, on Christmas Eve 1999, I was neutropenic, which means I have no immunity. I am not allowed to eat anything that is not cooked. I'm not even allowed salt and pepper on my food, right? And the nurse came in and goes, at lunchtime, and kind of looked me in the face and went, I'm really sorry. And I went, why? The cook's gone home. There is no food available for you. But I'm hungry because, well, I I'm always hungry. And she said, if you eat this, it will almost certainly make you ill. And she was right. I got food poisoning from it. I spent Christmas Day projectile vomiting like The Exorcist. In fact, I bathed so hard it left my face at the top of the bed and cleared the foot of the bed. So, yeah, I super vomited. And I was a professional vomiter at that point because the chemo and stuff they were giving me used to make me bath. So I got to a point where I didn't even remember coughing. It just sort of came out and I just kind of opened my mouth and waited. It was a vile time. It was awful. But it didn't kill me. I'm here. I am grateful for that. I still remember the entire TV schedule, which is kind of disturbing. But considering that was 24 or nearly 25 years ago. It is 25 years ago, Jesus Christ. But it is the UK, you know, I bust my leg, they fixed me. I had a metal pole in my leg for years. They had to take it out when they worked it out that they put it in wrong. So I had another operation then. As I say, I then got leukemia, most likely as a result of breaking my leg, although no one ever actually mentioned it at the time that this was a potential. And then obviously I had bowel cancer a couple of years ago, which was a bit of a surprise to everyone, including my doctor. And I now look like I star jumped a chainsaw. It's kind of amusing. Anyway, because I have a 15-inch scar. It's cool. But it's all on the inside when I'm clothed, so nobody cares. I don't really mind. So yes, it is one of those things, is that the food in our hospitals is pretty... It won't kill you. It won't exactly make you better, though, either, because it is usually poorly cooked. It makes school dinners look good. It's that kind of thing. Clearly, the people who do the food are not trained in bulk food and just can't. But you don't die from it usually. So, you know, but then of course most people aren't in hospital long, so from that point of view it's not really a problem. It's only when you're in long term do the effects of malnourishment start being more of a problem. So obviously when I spent 6 months in with leukemia and they talked that it could be up to 2 years, that really would have been an issue. Just because, you know, you were not going to get the nutrients you needed out of that. Where's the... There it is. I couldn't see the end. So from that point of view, British hospitals are not the best place to be, but they will fix you. And, you know, that is the point. They will fix you. They'll get rid of you quite quickly, but they will fix you. You know, it doesn't cost you to be picked up by an ambulance. So should, you know, you have a car accident, you do not have a bill. I mean, I've seen the price of, you know, some of the stuff. I've heard of prices from people, you know, giving birth and being given like £18,000-20,000 bill because they gave birth, and it's kind of like, you get charged for that. Now, we can go private, and I will say, having had a couple of private operations on my knees, some of the operational costs are surprising. So, for example, I know that I saw the bill for my operation. The guy who was the highly trained surgeon specialist knee dude, his bill for like a 4-hour operation was something like 500 quid. Which, to me, I mean, okay, 500 quid's a lot of money, but for 4 hours for a highly trained specialist dude, yeah, okay. For the man keeping me breathing, he wanted £2,500. The room was another couple of £1,000. Now, obviously, the rooms are expensive. There's a lot of mighty equipment in there. Now, on the flip side, when just before I had my operation for bowel cancer, they did a biopsy to confirm whether or not it was cancerous. And the dude who did it was allegedly the best dude in the country. Well, not in my opinion, as you will soon find out. First time they went in to have a look around, they had permission to do any samples that they wanted. They chose not to and asked me to come back another day. Unimpressed by that, but came back the next time, having done the whole, human industrial bowel cleaner thing, and he's there's going to be a delay. No shit, it was like 4 or 5 hours of delay. So got in there. I'd opted for all of the options this time round because, well, didn't know quite how he was going to do and how much it might hurt or not. So I opted for heavy sedation and, don't really want to know what you're doing. Although, normally I would have been, because the first time round I said, no, I'm good. Because, insides don't really have feeling. They do when you're trying to shove the 1/4-inch hose pipe around a hairpin bend, is all I will say to that. Because the hose pipe don't bend. And that really hurt. So they had to kind of drug and sedate me then because I was in the screaming stage. But I woke up. The first thing I really knew was, right, inject, eject. Right? As far as I know, I was asleep. They tell you you're not asleep, but I have no memories. As far as I was concerned, I was asleep. I woke up screaming because it was hurting. And the man wrote on my discharge form that I was being awkward. Do you know why I was being awkward? There was a really good reason for this he had not considered. He perforated my bowel. Perforated bowels can kill you. Perforated bowel is apparently one of the most excruciating pains a human being can have. And I would like to confirm this. And he sent me home. So he gave me 2 paracetamol and sent me home. So I got home and I was like, I must be being a pansy. Let's sit this out. And I sat there, and for those who are not aware, obviously urine drips into your bladder, right? The minute movement of my bladder made me want to scream. It was that bad. I could feel everything moving in that area, right? Everything. So I phoned up 111 and kind of like, well, I had this procedure done earlier, and I'm trying not to scream at him and, having to stop and hold my breath because it really, really hurt. I'll book you an ambulance. It sounds like something's gone wrong. We'll book you an ambulance. That was 9:30 at night. Do you know when the ambulance actually got here? 6:30 in the morning. I had to sit on this very couch for 9 hours waiting for an ambulance. And when they got here, during that time, I'd managed to slowly shuffle, put the dogs in the garage when they would finally get here, not knowing when it would be. Phoned up a couple of times, is it actually coming? Oh, yes, madam. You do know how much this hurts, right? And the girls got here in the ambulance. They were really nice. And the first thing they did was kind of take a few things like pulse and stuff. And my pulse was a little bit erratic. No shit, it really hurts, right? Anyone in pain will tell you you're likely to be slightly stressed, and well, if your pulse is a little erratic, it's not that surprising, especially if it's more of a throbbing pain and a bit like contractions. If it comes and goes a little bit, well, it's going to get worse while it hurts. So they did an ECG, and it was, your heart's doing really weird things. I'm not surprised. I have been in agony now since 4:30 yesterday afternoon. It's been like 14 hours at this point. Have you any idea how much this hurts? So they took me away in an ambulance and took me to the hospital. All I can say to you is, there are hospitals and there are hospitals. The one that I ended up at, if you have the choice, do not go there, right? It is not a place to be. And I got there, they asked me a couple of questions, they did a COVID test, because it was not long after COVID, obviously. And then we sat in what we as the patients lovingly referred to as the waiting for death room, because we all had a bit of a sense of humour. We're British after all. There must have been 10 plus people in this room. We were there all day. No one spoke to us, no one saw us, no one touched us, no one fed us, no one watered us. We just sat in this room, nothing. About 2 or 3 in the afternoon, some dude got called, and it's like, well, are they gonna package you off to die now, or are you where are you going? Who made you special, kind of thing, right? And I asked one of the nurses, and I said, so have they any idea what's wrong with me? And I said, because I've got a feeling it must be a perforated bowel, because, I'm not stupid. Oh, no, you'd be in agony. Have you seen me? Have you seen me trying to go for a pee? Because, of course, your body still produces pee, even when you're not drinking any. Oh, no, you wouldn't be able to walk. Anyway, about 11 o'clock at night, we've got a bed for you. Oh, great. At this point, they'd taken me down. They did do a CT scan, but they lost it. And I don't know how they lost it. It's in the same freaking hospital, but they lost it. And the neck, and then they pumped us all full, literally every single one of us, full of exactly the same antibiotic. Obviously, a general answer to everything. Shove you with antibiotics, see what happens. 11 o'clock, there's a room for you. Great. Well, it's a bed. Got in my bed. Lady opposite me, lovely lady called Hannah, had a habit of lying on a bed with her knees up. I had a great, interesting view of her hooch, shall we call it. When you're 90, this is not a view to behold, I need to tell you that. But for the next 4 days, that was my only view, because I could not get out of bed. I only had the clothes I was wearing when I turned up for my biopsy. So I had been wearing the same clothes since Tuesday morning. And I got to go home Saturday afternoon. At no point was I offered even a bay ras gown to change into. I had nothing with me because, of course, I didn't plan to go to hospital. So, of course, I hadn't got an overnight bag with me. I literally had nothing. And they came round, and the doctors came round the first day, and before I could even ask them anything, they buggered off. They didn't speak to me. They just kind of stood at the end of the bed talking about me as if I wasn't there, and then wandered off. Next day, I managed to interrupt them and say, excuse me, what is wrong with me? Oh, you've got a perforated bowel. See, I was right. Yes. And what's she doing about it? Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, what? Oh, well, we're going to see if it fixes itself. Do you know what the first words were when they discovered it was cancerous and that I needed an operation? Well, of course, the scar tissue is going to make it more complicated. It's not my fault I've got scar tissue in there because of the perforated bowel. Thank you very much. You're the lot who did it, not me. I didn't exactly, it's not like I got it from jumping up and down on a pike or something, I didn't give it to myself. You did this to me. Don't you be moaning now that there's scar tissue. It was British hospitals usually come with scare stories, frankly, but they are free and they will fix you. You just won't enjoy it, is the short answer. As I say, private ones are better. Private ones are definitely better. You usually get a room on your own, for starters. There is nearly always a TV in it. So you get a little bit of privacy. You can watch a bit of telly when you're bored, which is pretty much the whole day. So there are options. The NHS ones, you don't usually get a room. But, at the same time, they still fix you. One thing that always does make me laugh is those visiting an NHS hospital have to pay arm and a leg for parking. And I kid you not, it is arm and a leg stuff. It really is. When you're private, parking's free. There aren't a lot of people who could afford to pay for parking. And when you wait in the waiting room, there's free tea and coffee for private. That'll be charged for with NHS, thank you very much. It is kind of amusing, but often, of course, it's the same doctor. same doctor does both private and NHS. So I'm just trying to extract this very thin thread out from around 28 billion pins, because that's a thing. And I've got to make this longer. So yes, that sounds about right for us, but at least we're not made to pay an arm and a leg for it. We of course already pay through it indirectly through our wages, and you know, it works out that you're probably paying for someone else's to an extent. But I do think that if you added up what you pay up over the course of your lifetime, most people are very much quids in. It is, because to be honest, if you've had a big car accident or something, or accidental damage, or because let's face it, no one goes around the world going, "Excuse me, can I catch cancer off you?" I mean, obviously you can't catch cancer, but it's not like you go looking for it. If it's self-inflicted in some method, I have a little more sympathy for being asked to pay for it, because you did it to yourself, right? But at the same time, if it's not something you've done to yourself, it's a little bit mean, when misfortune, bad a defect gene or whatever suddenly means you now need to do something that will charge you a small fortune. Right, this seems to have tied itself into a bit of a knot, and I don't quite understand it. Does this from time to time, usually around the other thing. I think it's just twisted, but I need to do this bit momentarily and see. I think this is just twisted. That's what's wrong with it. Didn't make it worse. It's bad enough that this stuff sticks around every pin within a 20-mile radius without having to... Even pins that you thought were perfectly flat, you can manage to... Somehow, it's still not going through. Well, where are you? Not pulling through. Yeah, it's better. Oh, shit bags! Now I've worked out what's wrong with it. Done it to the wrong pin. I did the last one to the wrong pin. They're at an angle. That's why it's looking funny. Fuck. I don't know if you can see this. Hang on. I'll put my glasses on so I can direct you to it. Let's see. I need to go up. If you look, where's a pokey thing? That pin there at the end of my thing should have gone to that one, and I didn't. I did it to the next one up. And of course I've trimmed that one. Pants. The word pants. And of course I haven't tied this one. But I need to sort this one out. I need to ditch the glasses. I need a better pin. Where's my poke pin? I need you out the way, please, because all these threads being the same colour really doesn't help. Now I've got to try and somehow you, pull you out of there, which I have successfully done, and I feel a round of applause is in order. And then I need to try and work out how we're going to do that through here, because this is going to be fun with really short threads. Yay! That's going to be fun now, isn't it, children? I need to get one blue through here. We use sod-off pins. Every time I look, another pin has lifted itself up because a thread gets caught round on it and lifts it up, and it really is utterly infuriating. And the fact that you need a loop around here and you can't tie it onto this needle, so that there is 2 bits of string to tangle, really doesn't help. So now I need to pick up some you, pull you through like this. Back in the hole, and I apologise if all you can see is my hand or my head or all of the above, but I need to fix this, otherwise this is terrible. So that goes right like that, and then that. Where's the end gone? I'm not good at knots. Right. That's that one fixed. Of course, my stupid table is not level again. Oh, I need more Coke. Oh, haven't got any. Right. I need to rectify the lack of Coke. Because that is not what I need in life. So I shall be back in a couple of minutes. I'm back. I have Coke. I have dog back where he wants to be. Even though, of course, he didn't have to move in the first place. But that is dog for you. Might have been doing something interesting. So, time to fix the second one. Now, once again, I apologise for any muffled or for any chaos that ensues, but quality of stream versus problem is greater priority. Oh, you fucking idiot! I undid it and put it back in the same hole. After all that effort, the previous one is still fucked up. How did I do that? It's because, of course, I took the pin out and then spotted the pinhole, and so I redid it. Oh, you stupid Jimbo. Let's try this again. This is where anyone who says you've got patience needs to see I do not have patience. Not when it comes to stuff like this. And of course this one's not coming undone now, is it? And of course this is my biggest fear, is wrecking it at this kind of point. So you do a perfectly good square and then mush it at this point. Put the pin back in before you do this shit again. So you're doing that part, and then take this pin out and open this hole. Let's try again. See, third time's the charm, right? And at least I haven't snapped any of the threads yet. So, I need to pokey stick through the hole. I have these infinitely tiny threads of annoyance that are just wrapping around pins because it is the infinitely tiny thin threads of annoyance. Hi Nautical, you're watching my sanity frazzle once again. This time it is my own fault, but I tied some wrong ones to the wrong pin. Then I undid it, and I was most pleased with myself, and then retied them to the same fucking pin. So, just doing that one again. So if you can't see very much, and all you see is me fannying around, bite me. I am too busy fixing to be caring of what you can and cannot see. That's not my best knot ever, but at least it's to the right pin. So, and of course I'm dealing with like 1 inch bits of thread, just as well I didn't trim it right down to the bottom, huh? At least I noticed before I got to the end, because I'd have probably never been seen again if I'd done that. But still, I've done 2. So So let's go back to you two. Where's the other one? This one? Yes. Right, let's try you to the right pen now. Hooray! How's my little one doing? Because this is easier in some respects, but not if it turns. No, it still turns, even though I put a new blob of super glue on it. Irritation. So that's the only advantage of these metal ones. Actually, I'm being a doofus. Take you out of there. If you turn, it implies you come out, which it does. Because look, it's just a pointy needle. I can now poke it in the long handle one, but have the curved end to it. As long as the problem is I can't really see what I'm doing down the hole. There we go, that's down the middle. Then we screw that on. And now, although it does still turn slightly in this, there, that's a bit better. Right, now I've got the curved one, which was better in many ways at poking through holes, because it gives me a bit more to grab onto, but I've now got it in the long handled one. I can just pull this back through here. Yay! You out there. You really should be a lot longer. That you can go through the hole. Tighten up, put the pin back. Like that. Now you see you're pulling these forward as well. Note to self, leave way more pins in. What was my phone pinging me about? Co-worker says. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Not the time, so. Stop tangling. My sanity doesn't like tangle. You annoy me. It's just as well they don't do blood pressure. I haven't got one of those like constant blood pressure monitors. Dread to think what that would be doing while doing this. Really do. So I've got an itch behind my ear. Or round where my earpiece is. Hang on. Let me take my earpiece out. There, let's try that. Right. Yeah, I've just noticed that this is really pulling these ones down again. It must be, it's paying much more attention to that, even though I thought I was. Apparently not. You're next. So, crossy. We're getting there though. We are getting there. The middle is not far away. I mean, it's only been really squint, 2.5 hours. See, I can read my monitor. I just have to squint like nobody else and kind of play guess. I think it said 2 hours 17. I need you to be longer. You now go through the hole like that, and you need to hide underneath the cloth. That's why the cloth is there, so that you don't tangle it up with all the other stuff, because there's enough tangling and pins and tragedy going on without you doing that. You then come through there. You need to be longer too, and of course what happens is you tighten it up. You come through the hole, you now come through and you find you in the middle. Because this is why I was putting the pins back, to help with the tension, to stop, to stop it pulling on things. But clearly, I have managed to mistension some of it along the way, resulting in the flattening and the movement of things. So like back here, this ground stitch has travelled all the way from its hole here, so it's right next to the other one. And if I try and push it back, you can see it's really close. So I need to pay. Well, clearly my tension is shit, and we will have to practice that. But hey, we've got 16 more squares to practice on, and we only really have to worry hugely about. We can stuff 4 more up because they can kind of go in the corners, and if you angle them so they point outwards, you probably won't really notice. I mean, you can notice if you know to look for them, but from this point of view, it is very much the minor nuance of things. So from that point of view, because I strongly believe that the stuff going out into the corners is not, you generally look in the middle of things mostly, so as long as the middle is good, the rest will be good enough, shall we call it. I'll poke this back in the middle of here, so I'm going to put the other pin. I need to scrape a bit off, hang on. Get my scalpel blade, but I can't see that far. Scrape off the glue. You can probably hear me scraping off the glue actually. Yeah, I'm wrecking perfectly good scissors, bite me. They're my scissors. And then I can put this pin with a double glue on the end. Should have been able to get hold of the glue to get on the end. Have to buy another bottle of this glue. Right. Before I spill this on everything, let's get this and coat the end of this. You back in there. You go in the hole. Where's my pliers? Come on, Mr. Pliers, you can do this. You can grip on the pin. She says try very hard. Push you in there. Yes, let's leave that to dry then. Right. I am quite a practical person. I'm, glue and pliers and poking, and because I am highly logical. What I am not is artistic. I'm autistic. I'm not artistic. Wrong vowel and all that. Right. How many more million bobbins have we got? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more pins to go. And it's only taken us a small lifetime. Let's check what the... Yeah. We're just bitching about what's happening next week. What always worries me, and I don't know whether you can see this or not, I do suffer from dry, flaky skin everywhere, especially on my back where I can't get at it, which is why I have a scratchy thing, right? Because it is itchy. But other than the fact that it looks like there's 6 people's worth of dead skin everywhere, it's not, but it just feels like it. There's almost like crisp pieces. There's like browner ones that end up. I don't know if you can see. Hang on, let me put my glasses on because I can't see what you can see. I've only got a 2-inch window of it at best. Plus, it's not zoomed in, so let's see if we can show you what I mean. Right, let me put my finger roughly where it is. Hang on. There. I need to aim for my finger. So let's aim for my finger a little bit. Can we... So, I don't know whether you can see. Let me make this full screen, see if it shows on screen. So, yeah, you can't really see it. For this I am slightly grateful. But you might notice that here you can see like little really pale shadows. Let me see if I can poke at them with a pin or something. Hang on. But I can't poke at them and look. You might see that there's like these little shadows that I can poke. See, you can move it around. It's almost like bits of pastry or something. But it's not. The bits of me, I'm sure of it. But I'm not sure of it because I don't flake this much. I really, really don't. But I think it's partly the colour and general everything. It's some of them have been so some of the bobbins, not these particular bobbins, but when we did the experiment and we tried those new bobbins, some of them had little bits of wood that were literally flaking off constantly, and it almost was a similar kind of outcome, shall we call it. So I was just checking what was where and which pin we were doing this one. Just checking that they weren't left over from last time or something. Off, Steve. He's going to write back and say, did they? I just know he is. Because he's going, oh, but this and this and this. And I went, yeah, but they said this. And he's going, oh, but they'll say this, this and this. No. The other lot said, I bet you're right, Paxone, did they? Yes. One of us was awake, clearly. This looks like a big royal knot at the moment. Yeah, that's a good spot. And I think that is kind of the problem, is that sometimes you think it's you and you assume, you know, we're British, everything's our fault, we apologise for everything after all. But we do assume things are our fault because we are the moving part in a lot of this, obviously. And so we assume it must be us. Now, as I say, I am aware that I have dry, flaky skin. But if I was really as bad as my lace pillow looks, so would everything else be, right? And it's not. So given that nothing else is this bad, it does tend to suggest it is a combination of other things. Because, you know, for example, if I flaked as much as my lace pillow is implying, my bed would need shoveling out, right? It's kind of thing. You know, you'd be able to measure the flakes in the bedroom kind of thing, right? From being at night and tossing and turning. And so I don't think it's all that. I think there is more to it. But the problem is without knowing what it is, like you say, you found out that yours turned to be off the nails. And, you know, we all know that if you highly polish metal, you end up almost like with a black residue. But, as you say, if that even tiniest little bit of that comes off on, say, white threads, well, it's going to look dirty. It's going to look like you did it with coal hands or something, right? And you kind of sit there going, I washed my hands. I did all the right things. You've scrubbed like a surgeon for like 20 minutes singing the national anthem 6 times sort of thing. You know, you've kind of worn 6 layers of skin off to get down to a clean bit. And yet still somehow it's happening. And I kind of feel a little like that, unless I kind of like hermetically seal myself in a bubble and work through like little, you know, kind of gloves or something. It, you know, it can't, I mean, some of it is probably me, but it can't all be me. It really can't. Because my arms aren't particularly flaky. Yet, all around the edges, you get these little bits, and it's kind of like, what is it? What? I mean, obviously my hands, I can understand my hands because I touch my face and my face and my head is the worst bit. My back is next, right? Everywhere else is kind of, right? I'd say normal, ish. But it is annoying because you're trying really hard and it's kind of still wrong, if you know what I mean. Right, let's make these longer before we start. We're not halfway through. You go in opposite directions momentarily. You take out the pin. Time for the knotting. Knottity knot. Knottity knot. Tails. Rory gets to hug 2 more bobbins. We hide the ends under here. Snug this up a bit. Pull out the next 2 bobbins. Hope they're the right next 2 bobbins. And they are. Blimey. Right, lengthen bobbins. I heard that, Doc. Twist a pair there. Hey, look, there's a mistake. That cheers me up. Still didn't take any headache pills. Idiot. Okay. Oh, I have news. Remember the flat sticks with elastic on that I wanted to do? So the flat sticks with elastic. I haven't got one near, but the elastic was really baggy and I hated them. Well, I've found some more in the style that I was looking for, which is 2 bits of elastic, not the one. So it goes down in a more of a securely holding bobbin style. So I found some of them to order. Wasn't cheap. Mainly the sticking cost as much as the postage. Much as the postage, which was slightly irritating. But they should come along in a couple of weeks or so. So just about in time for Christmas, I guess. we're fighting over some semantics of, well, these people said this and these people said yes, but they said the other. But no one actually said they're going to do it now. We're arguing over the end of year bonus. Originally, it looked like our end of year bonus was going to be 20%, which clearly happiness ensued, right? 20%. That's a number worth writing home about. And then suddenly it was talk of going to be 1%. And well, that's a considerable difference. I mean, it doesn't matter how much you earn, that is a considerable difference. They seem to have settled on 10%, but we're not sure whether they're paying it this year or not. So we're... yeah, who knows? Who knows? I'd like to think that they're compelled to do this year, but we all know that that's not a thing. I also ordered some square bobbins, so rather than the roundy ones, some square ones. Fuck me on a stick, they were expensive. I got them as cheap as I could, but they were still expensive. £15 for 10. So to do this project alone is £150, just in bobbins. Now these bobbins, I think were I think about £30 for 50, so it was 60 quid for enough bobbins to do this project. And as I said, there are times you look around and you see, oh, you can have this bobbin, and they show like a big pile of bobbins, and you're like, great, it says, you know, I know, £27 or something, and you go, excellent. But it's not £27, is it? When you actually read it, it's like, oh, well actually that's for 5 bobbins. I'm sorry, what the fuck do you think anyone's going to do with 5 bobbins? So for some reason, this has done the knot thing again. I caught it before it tightened, so that was a good thing. So then it's through the hole. Like that, and I put back. I'm getting better at the tensioning. This one didn't even look like it pulled at all. I need to check that I don't fucking up with the knot, but because of course it's easy to pull the knot too tight and screw it all up. But I'll stop tangling around the other bobbin. Yep. Because you want the knot to be tight up against things, but you don't want it to be, you know, pulling it all out of shape. Which clearly, at some point, I have managed to tug it out of shape. But... two more pins to go, people. 2 more, and then we get to start pulling out pins. I probably should do... Actually, I should probably do the dobs of glue and the trimming of the ends before pulling the pins out, really. We can pull a lot of pins out. A few hairs and things. That looks like a fucking national disaster. We shall see. Not quite that far up. Right. Next up is you two. We need to lengthen you. you, which is you over there. I need stick of poking. You're a little shit! Why is it important to be untwisted? Because it lies flatter. That's the main deal with that. This then comes down like that. And you snag up like that. And then put the pin back in the pin hole. So that we can tie the knot. And we're tying the knot round the pin almost rather than anything else, so that it does not overly exert pressure on anything else. There we go. Ends. Rory gets 2 more bobbins. Last pair, people. Last pair. Need some more coke. Something funny coloured. What's the funny coloured thing about? Okay. So I could see something vaguely pink coloured, and I was like, oh, I don't remember there being pink things. What are pink things? That's right. Nothing important. Right. Let's hide you under the cloth. So, last pair of bobbins. You need to be longer. I'm contemplating changing to the Danish bobbins for the next square, because the bobbins of course do not change anything about the actual lace work, but it will mean that I can wind off some of these bobbins onto the different bobbins, because they don't have this tapered neck that's been annoying me. So from that point of view, alleviate one annoyance for next time. They're a bit lighter, but they're about the same size in general, so. And I have a shit ton of them, and I believe that is the actual definition. I have a very large box full of them. Quite a few of those. So from that point of perspective, you know it's a good thing. Let's pack this bobbin through the hole. Like that. Back. And discover that someone's making more pins and things that they shouldn't. does hurt being slightly ambidextrous with this because you can rescue things like things wrapped around pins that they shouldn't be. Last knot, people! Da 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 da! Right. Stop mating your friend. He is not going to save you. Right. Rory now has all the bobbins. So Rory, I'm going to take all your bobbins away now. Oop, they were trying to escape on the floor. You didn't tell me that. No. So, I have a humongous bag of bobbins and nowhere to put them. Nowhere safe to put them. That's safe-ish. Let's put my glasses back on so I can check the floor for any escaped bobbins, because somebody didn't mention. No, it looks like they. Well, because when I went to pick it up, there was definitely one like dangling out the edge precariously. But there we go. Let me shove it back up my lace pillow a little bit so that you can see it better now. Hang on, I need to poke that. There you go. What I need to do now, or I don't need to, but what I desire to do now, is for each of these little tiny knots, put the world's smallest amount of super glue on them to help them with their survival in later life. And then I peel it off. You see, I can't exist without my glasses. I literally cannot see much more than inches. Well, not even really measurable in inches. It's probably best measured in millimetres from my end of my face without my glasses on. And so, I mean, to be fair, now I'm older, it is further away than it used to be. I literally used to be able to focus with my finger virtually on my eyeball. I can't now. But I can. So I'm actually going to measure this. Hang on. Where's the tape measure? Saw one earlier. Right. Hang on. I'm actually going to measure this. So I can see 9 inches from my nose. Beyond that, yeah, piss off. So I can't really do a lot without my glasses. Therefore, I don't tend to leave them places because they're usually on my face. And by being on my face means I can't lose them. But of course, for things like this, because they make things considerably smaller, this does not help. Therefore, I take them off and run the risk of then potentially putting down and not finding them. Oh my god, the number of times the dogs have knocked my glasses off and I then can't find them is scary. Thank you, hounds, for that. So yes, glasses are an essential part of my life. They are not a fashion statement. For those in the know, I have a -6.5 prescription on both eyeballs. I'm fucking half blind. I mean, there is a considerable distance between -6.5 and -10. At -10, you are legally allowed to register as, sight impaired. I'm fucking sight impaired as if I don't have my glasses though. So clearly, no driving without glasses, although I have to report that it has happened on one occasion. I went round to Boyfriends of the Moment. I haven't had a boyfriend for a number of years, but I went round to Boyfriend of the Moment, and I was wearing contacts. And I've been wearing them for a while. I was getting... And that's the problem you get, is that as you get older you need reading specs, and my reading spec portion of this is not really strong enough, hence I have to take my glasses off, because there is a portion where I can see, I don't know, must be easy 12-15 inches, but I can't see closer than that. So, but that's kind of where my own natural eyesight range is. So I have to take them off if I want to get closer and make it bigger and look for tiny little holes in you know, it's best done without glasses. But back to the story of the Boyfriend of the Moment. So I've been wearing contacts for a while, and I was doing what the nice contact lens and really? I could have I thought we had ads every hour. Why does it feel like it's every half an hour? Anyway, maybe it's just time flying. But I will check that later. Because it does feel like it wasn't that long ago. But the contact lens people had said, you know, you need to deprotonize them. Because this was before kind of dailies and things were a thing. And so I bought the deprotonizer that they said I should use. It goes with the same make of, you know, cleaning shit that I was using. Turns out I react to it, doesn't it? So I cleaned them. I'd done the deprotonizer thing. I then cleaned them again just to make sure, because I was a good girl. Yeah, I kind of get that. I knew I needed reading specs when I borrowed a mate's pair of 3.5s and put them on my face and went, oh, I can see what I'm doing now. Perhaps I probably need reading glasses then. But I wore these contact lenses and I went out and they were fine. Kind of got to my boyfriend's and my eyes were beginning to bother me a little bit, but I hadn't really associated it with anything. After a while, they really, really itched. So I took them out and put them in, you know, sources of water and let them sit on the side for a bit and squinted around. I'm wondering what the green bit is. It might be a field, maybe not. There's a rabbit in it. Pfft, it'd have to be an elephant, even then I probably wouldn't see it. So for the rest of the evening, you know, I sat kind of, you know, 3 inches from the TV. We watched a bit of TV. Went to go home. And almost lifting them up to my eyes, my body just went, no, not having that back. I couldn't put them back in my face. So I had to ask Boyfriend of the Moment, because he was not insured on my car, to sit in the passenger seat, because I also suffer slightly from night blindness. Because, of course, I can't see how fast I'm going, although I can roughly tell. But I couldn't see if there were parked cars. So he had to tell me when there were parked cars. I could tell if there were cars coming the other way, because there'll be these big bright lights, so I could see if there was someone there. But I couldn't, you know, I couldn't have told you what it was. I could just tell you there is or there is not someone there. I had to drive 10 miles like that. It was so funny. And it was like, park car! Mind you, this is the same boyfriend who used to get really annoyed with his push bike, and I used to do a lot of cycling as a kid, and so I overhauled his bike for him, and I spent hours on it. I cleaned everything, I, you know, made sure it was all in tip-top condition, put it back together, and it had a standard derailleur gear, and the guy was a mung bean, and instead of adjusting the peg to make it so that the gears didn't slightly rattle, he would look at it to see why it was rattling. Well, so one night, cycling home, he obviously didn't line it up very well and it was making a bit more noise than usual. So he was looking at the back of his bike at the gears through his legs kind of thing. cycled into the back of the car. It was a parked car. It wasn't moving. It hadn't been there all night kind of thing. He cycled into the back of it. He lost 2 teeth. And he phoned me up the next morning and went, Liz, can you take me to the hospital? Maybe. Why? I cycled into the back of the car and I couldn't stop laughing. I wasn't very sympathetic because it was kind of like, you dick. How many times have I got to tell you, you don't need to look at it unless it's fallen off. In which case, get off and look at it. Don't look at it while you're cycling. Look where you're going. So yeah, I wasn't very sympathetic. We had that kind of, yeah, you're an idiot, you know. Yeah. He was not one of my proudest moments. So, let me look and see if I can do this. I don't know whether to do the glue bit or not, because the glue bit does dry really, really quick. I need a pin of poking. I need a spare pin of poking, but I really want a long pin of poking. I don't really have a long pin of poking. What I can do is get fat pin of poking. Fat pin of poking. Little brass contraption that we were using a minute ago with roundy pin. Put the pin, actually I don't know whether I can put this pin in it. I can, but I have to have the head end out. Oh, that's okay. We can cope with that. So, head end out. Take glasses off to look in tiny little hole. Make sure that this is in the middle. There we go. Like this, because this is going to be my glue appliance. And we get the tub of glue. And I need to put this back towards me again. Sorry, folks. Because eyesight and all that helps. Witch tools. This thing, this is called a grip. Basically it's a needle vise. There's the bent pin and using the blunt end outwards thing. So this kind of bent pin or this kind of bent pin in a device is often known as a lazy Susan or eyes out. I think there's about 20 other names for it as well. But this is just a vise that you put things in, and you can, hence I've just put a pin in back to front, so that I may, actually I'm going to use a thinner pin, because thinner pins have the smaller heads. I'm going to put you back in the fat pot, use a smaller pin, so that the smaller pin goes in the middle. The hardest part is holding them in the middle while you tighten them, so that I can find each of the knots, and I'm going to work backwards because that's the thing, and then I can grab a small amount of glue on the end rather than trying to use the big nail appliance. You get some glue on the end of this. Preferably a dab of glue. Brush it on the knot. Glue. Tell if it's got enough glue on it to change its colour. Because they do dry really, really, really quickly. And I have in them, and we'll just go down picking the pins out. go slightly transparent. I know that it doesn't have to be entirely accurate on the pin because, well, fair enough, I understand. Believe me, you're talking to the one girl who understands the I can't see the is going on, because I think that seems to be kind of the motto of my life. So I understand that one entirely. But this shouldn't take too long, because we're only literally dabbing a tiny bit on the top of the dots, just to stop the knots coming undone a little bit. A big pile of fluff on the freaking pin. Where did that go? Yeah, I keep getting glue on my fingers, and I don't care. Rory's got the snores again. Nope, that didn't get enough glue. That did. It got a perfect amount of glue. Glue is not recommended by people. There are lace makers around the world crying because I'm putting glue on my knots, but they're my knots, and if this ever falls apart, my sanity would not take it, so it's getting glue. A lot of glue, I need to point out. It is literally just enough to turn the knot bit transparent, which is why they're now standing up like little mohawks, because it's got glue on it. And I can always use different pins if I gum this one up too much. A bit of a clean. Should really be putting those pins straight back in the pot, shouldn't I? All threads love to mate. I didn't do this on stream last time, mainly because, well, it's a little unorthodox. Lace makers around the world are screaming because I'm doing tiny dobs of super glue on my lace work, and the world would say that is a bad idea. I'm not going to disagree with that, but it's mine and I want it to stay in one piece. So if this is what it takes for me to be confident, once again I'm making it for me, not the queen. So from that point of view, bite me. The hardest part is picking up these stupid little threads. fact that half these pins are as bent as ours. I don't know why. I don't remember them being bent. Oh, they are now. Really is the tiniest double of glue. Stop and breathe for a minute. Put the lid back on the glue. Of course, this is where the little bunny ears come from. Of course. Let's cut the knot. So they do tend to stick up. I do hear thousands of lace makers of old and new screaming at me for putting glue on them, especially super glue. But as we proved, PVA washes out, otherwise that would be great. And yes, sewing in the ends does look wonderful. Oh, fuck off, spam bot. Enjoy being reported. And goodbye. Message. Dink. done about a third of them. Before we do the glue thing, where's my tin of pins? Oops, that was a crochet hook going for a run. Can't see it, there it is. Looking for vaguely flashing lights in the dark. Let's put these pins in the pin tub and not just slam them in my cushion. Looking for shiny things. It's a shiny thing. That's a shiny thing that's not my glasses. There's another shiny thing that's not my glasses. And then there's more down here, but you're bent so you can sod off. And you're also so bent you can sod off. Right. that. Even if all I'm doing is melding the fluff into the glue that's already on the pin, because the glue on the pin is hard, it means that the fluff stays in it, which is fine. So that's okay at this point, because it means it stays on the pin. Transparent, so I know that worked. The pin, a wad of glue, a touch of glue for you. The idea is literally to touch the top of the knot with glue. It's not to soak the whole knot. Is purely to basically just stop it coming undone, because I don't have faith in knots. I really don't. In fact, this one already looks like it's trying to come undone. So what I will do is I'll find the two ends and I'll give them a pull to see if I can improve the gap on the knot, which I did. Super glue will hold it stiller. And then I have to pick out the pin because I didn't. I don't have to pick the pins out, but it means that there's no way it's going to glue itself to the pin. So that's kind of why I'm pulling the pins out, so I don't glue anything to pins. I mean, it is super glue. To be honest, it peels off anything particularly shiny. Last time I did this course, there was a much greater chance of gluing it to the mat, and I still didn't manage to do that. So, because I am putting such tiny little specks of glue on here, it is very much. Oh, that went transparent. Didn't think it did, but it did. I can't see that one. Oh, yeah, you're getting to a point when the double of glue that's dried on the end of this pin is a reasonable size, and it's hard to tell how much glue is now on the pin. Buggered if I'm using a new pin for like 6 more layers, so you can just get a double of glue on it and hopefully so it doesn't harden. I mean, I don't know why I'm protecting it. This glue bottle's pretty knackered. Only a few more to go. Oh, breathe, 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 breathe. There you go. You've peeled the glue off the current pin. It's a bit bent now, but it's fine. Bent is fine. The one time that bent pins aren't a problem. These earlier ones slightly longer so that they're easier to pick up. Of course the ads are coming. So they seem to be far more frequent than I thought they were. Like this time is just flying. More ends than I could expect. Seems to be another end. I think of 3 or 4 ends there. Guessing I need to pack it with my stick. You are too tangled. You are not where you're from. There is typically healing there. You're not part of that one. Not to trim something you don't want to trim. Let's pull you out there, making you incredibly short. But you are a pair. Out from around that pin. So there you are there. Right. It's getting a bit crowded. Let's put the thing back on the bottle again. So I don't knock it over. And do a bit more trim. this is why I screw the lid back on this thing, so if I do knock it over, it doesn't matter. The thing I need to do is pull that in all my pins. I think you are confusing the matters. You, my friend. Last two. Come on, let's do this. Pick you out as well. You. Right. That's that dealt with. Let's put the glue away. Let's have a look back. Yes, from this angle, you look a bit tall. Phew. So to all of the lace makers, you can now look back. I'm no longer gluing my ends because I don't believe in knots. Knots that are supposed to move, do not move, do, and I can prove it. So I just want them to have a little bit more support. So I glue them. Right. Move my pop pins before I catapult them around the universe, and it's time to start picking out the pins and all the edges. And we do the middle first because the middle is supported by the edges. So we pick all these pins out. And I can't see them from this far away, but I can feel them with my fingernails. Just pull out a load. Time. Yes, I do appreciate for all of the lace makers out there, the knots should be enough. But when it takes this much time to do it, I am not putting this thing through the wash later and having them fall apart. So, bite me. It is for me. Only I have to live with it. I'm not even making it as a gift to somebody else. So, from that point of view, it is my choice. And I wish to glue them, so I am. No harm will befall the world for me gluing them. Have you ever considered there's me who bitches and moans because stupid bits of string get caught around all these pins, and yet I can pick every single one of them up with my thumbnail. Therefore, there was a gap underneath to get my thumbnail in. Can we consider that for a moment? Been watching Marvel's Iron Fist. It's kind of a weird series for an action. I mean, there are generally like fights every episode, but it just kind of, it feels a bit slow. It's very Bruce Wayne-ish, like The Dark Knight. You know, a rich boy goes off, stays in monastery, literally. Comes back ready to fight crime and all the bad beings, you know. It's just that he can make his fist glow, and when he punches shit with it, he can break metal, and that's about it, really. He is good at martial arts, don't get me wrong. Although, we would question a couple of those techniques, but you know, it's not big holes. And certainly the bowing in process she did was terrible. I shut the door, didn't I? Hang on. Hang on, little one. I did shut the door because it was a bit blowing a forced night gale out there. Hang on. It's a big one. Gosh, go out. Shoot in. Come on. That's a good girl. Are you a good girl? Are you? You is. You asked to go out because the door was shut. You did. You're a good girl. You are. You are good. Look at you. Look at you. You're a good girl. Yes. There. You're a good girl. See, I know you have brains. When you want to, you have brains. You do. Yes. Oh. You do have brains. Rory, not so much. Oh, Rory, I'm back to picking pins. Off you go. You get a spot now. Mind you, you weren't out there very long, little one. Pretty sure you ran out in the garden and changed your mind, but the door is now open. That's probably why it got a bit warm in here, actually. And there seems to be a little moth thing floating around. What would be really nice is if magnets could actually just pull all these pins out. she's going out for round 2. She's going out. I do. But why use a pin thing when I've got a thumbnail that does just as well? My thumbnail does really well at it, so yeah, I just tend to use my fingernail because, well, I'm not the most proud about my appearance and the state of my fingernails. So, and then I wonder why my fingernails flake and chip. No, I don't really. It's because I treat them like crap. I do indeed. I have a couple of pin lifters. I've got the U-shaped one. I've got a round one. In fact, I have this one, so I can do pins with this one. But it's just as easy with my thumbnail, so I use my thumb because I'm going to grab them in a minute anyway. So if I'm going to grab them, I might as well at least grab them with the thing that I was lifting them with. So yeah, whatever. It's just easier to do a bunch with my thumbnail and then pick them up. Now what I mean is kind of almost like cartoon style, big magnet, nom 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 nom, whoomph, and all the pins come out would be quite nice. That would be my ideal. That's what I want in life. Or some kind of contraption that can, you know, push all the pins up, so all you have to do is lift them up, you know. And just youch. I've never had that problem, I must admit. But I am actually using like the side of my nail. So it's the worst that's and because of the angle I'm doing it, it's more likely to spit towards the end. And obviously if my thumbnail was no longer capable of lifting pins, well, I'd probably use another finger, because I do pick with the first one as well. But I think there's something about picking pins, it's a bit like picking scabs, in that there is something quite cathartic about picking. So I'm quite happy at this time. I mean, I feel like my nail's got a real rough spot on it, but it actually hasn't, so it just seems to have a really good spot for picking pins that hooks underneath the top of the pin. It just seems to work really well. And I can do it by feel rather than trying to do it with a metal thing that I can't feel. So, getting there slowly. It is. It's like sewing the ends. For me, sewing the ends is painfully slow. Although when we tried to sew the ends more either side in our experimental portion of life last Saturday, it resulted in me literally losing my sanity. Because I just started uncontrollably laughing because it was just so frustrating. My mind didn't know what to do with itself, because it took 4.5 hours to do like an inch, and you're like, have you seen what I'm working on? I am not going to spend the best part of like 2 working weeks in the total of doing this just sewing the ends in. And don't get me wrong, did it look slightly better than my bunny ears that are over here? Yes it did, but not that much more. I mean, sewing all the ends in, chopping, you know, well, joining the sides and trimming the ends probably took a complete total of, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours, right? For this square. 4 or 5 hours was 1 inch. No, I just can't spend like, you know, 5 streams sort of thing sewing in a couple of ends, you know, it was just frightening. And yes, it did look better, but not proportionally better. You know, it's a bit like I was saying the other day. If you only go down your local food store, whatever your local food store's called, mine's called Tesco's, right? Actually, I think technically Sainsbury's is closer, but I go to Tesco's. So if you travel like 1-2 miles at most, kind of like a week, sure, you can spend 100 grand on Mercedes. Hi, Sky Master. But that little Ford Focus or whatever will do just as good. You don't need 100 grand's worth of Mercedes. I mean, yes, it's a nicer ride, but you're going a mile. You're not really going to appreciate the difference. Save the cash. And to be honest, the sewing of the ends in kind of fell into the similar category of, yeah, it's better, but my sanity is not better for it. And the idea of doing it, you know, I've already worked out that this net curtain's going to be around 1,000 hours. And that's without the additional crap of, you know, spending 3 lifetimes sewing in the ends. So, you know, I'm not spending another quarter of that again, is what it would feel like, sewing ends in. No, it's for me. Again, if it was for the Queen, sure. If Queenie, you know, Queen, King, whatever, monastery of, you know, head of state, whatever, was to be receiving it, and you were going to be judged on it by all in sundry, fine. You know, that's the time to do absolutely everything. But this is for me. It's going upstairs, and chances are no one will ever see it. I'll do you guys a picture of it in its in its place or whatever, and that'll be it. That'll be the last time it's ever seen by a living soul other than me. So let's not pretend here that it's, you know, that there is any need for it to be that level of perfect and to break my level of sanity over it. Because chances are even I won't look at it on a daily basis. I'll walk past it and completely ignore it. So I'd like to think I look at it, but I have a touch of honesty about it all. It's at the top of my stairs, and I won't be looking at it much on the way up. I will see it a bit more on the way down because I walk towards it, but chances are I won't pay that much attention to it. Hence, the joins can look a little bit ropey because chances are I won't be looking that hard. Will I be disappointed if they're bad? Yes. But at the same time, I'll get used to it. Not quite sure where the middle is now. It's around here somewhere. Anyway, let's turn it and do the next quarter. Pop you down there. Put you flat because you're in the way. Get rid of the ends. So once again, this is possibly, you know, this is nearly as fascinating as watching golf. And there is a man wearing a brightly coloured shirt and some hideous trousers. And oh look, he smacks the ball. Oh look, here is 5 minutes of sky as our cameraman tries to pretend that he's seeing the ball. And there it is, landing in some grass. Hurrah! We will now spend 5 minutes walking to the next ball whacking session. Kind of how this feels, you know. Pokey pin, steal the pins. Pokey pin, steal the pin. There's more to poke here. Not sure how I missed you, simple little Farfetch. Pokey pin, steal the pins. That would be a bad thing. quite amazing how rough these feel underhand as well. Silver Dragon, one of the other things is I think it depends on how thick your pins are. These are 0.4mm pins, whereas for example I've got these which are 0.65mm pins. These things are evil to get up because of course there's far more surface area and far more resistance of them. These just bend and slide right out, so I don't think I'd be doing it quite so much if I was using fat pins. But because these really are thin and dainty, frivolous pins, they come up quite easily. That's 6 o'clock. I've been going longer than I thought then. Feels really rough on my little finger, so I assume it's because they're at an angle rather than they are actually rough. Arm's getting a bit tired. Get that bit of blood and run back into it for a minute. So I've got the edges to go yet. One of the advantages of the edges is technically I can cheat. I can pull these up at the edges and then peel it off. I don't really want to put that strain on my laminate. I mean, as I said, these do come out really quite easily, so chances are it would be fine. But I mean, I could print another one, but then I've got to prick another one, then I've got to, you know. And my printer and I are not the greatest of friends. I mean, it prints, don't get me wrong, and it's not one of these ones that kind of goes, oh, we've decided that you haven't got enough ink. We're going to charge you £900 billion to send a new cartridge every month, but even though you've only printed out 2 sheets of paper this year, you know, it's not one of those. You do just buy new shit for it when it runs out. But at the same time, it's more the, hey, here's some paper. I don't like that paper. But I want you to print on this piece of paper. I do not see your paper. I do not recognise your paper. In fact, no, I've decided I'm going to sit here spinning my wheels and decide that there is no paper for me to grab, even though I've moved the piece of paper. This is not the paper I am looking for. So we have these kind of conversations when I come to print things. And, you know, clearly this is not conducive to great printing, because 9 times out of 10 you put a piece of paper in and it kind of goes, I'm not using that bit. So I've lost track where the middle is. So. Right, one more turn, and then we get to go around the edge. I know in theory I could have done the edge while I was doing these bits, but I'd rather do the middle bit than do the edge. Might have to use pin tool here. I really do imagine this as I said, to me this has got to be as boring as watching golf. How's it looking? Because one of the earlier screens I looked at, it looked a bit blurry, in my humble opinion. Oh no. It's looking alright. It's off centre and all the OCD people are crying, but you know, it's doing alright. You're stupidly bent, you can go over. You're even more bent, you can go over. The only thing I really hate about these wafer thin pins is they bend. You barely have to look at them and they bend. Glued it in the knot, I think. I can sort that out. I just don't think I can sort it out where it is. Of course, why I pulled all the pins out first. Let's see if I can assist it. There it is. It moved. I saw it. Come on. I'll see you. There you go. Oh, my poor brain cells. See, I really swear it was only a few seconds ago we had ads, and yet we've got 30 minutes for the... Is it really time flying that much? Must be. I'm sure it's still every hour. It should still be once an hour. it doesn't feel like this is taking a huge amount of time. But then I look up and see that ads are due not far away. I mean, half an hour is still a reasonable amount of time, don't get me wrong. But it feels like we only just had some, and suddenly we're on the downward slope to ads again. Bent that one, I think. I said I've ordered 2 more pots. Well, I ordered 4 pots bin and got 2. 2 more on back order, so when I've bent all of these, there'll be more to come. Which is a good thing, because, well, I'm really good at bending these. This seems to be a personal skill that I am really good at. You're really bent, I think. Yeah, you're really bent. You're not actually that bent. You just feel more bent than you are. Actually, you know what? Let's see what happens. Let's take this up, because I put fat pins in at the corner. Fat pins in. Because this would be a lot quicker if I can just go. Nah, they're a bit more held in. I mean, I could put something underneath it, sport it, and it would probably come out quite well. But let's stick with the good old picking of pins. Scrapety pig. Ow! You just poked me. One of my bunny ears just poked me. So 3 pin is optimal finger pickup. Okay. Yeah, back to the Iron Fist story. So, you know, kid ends up in monastery, returns to civilization out of touch, obviously, because it's just spent 15 years in a monastery. Oh, look, it's the son of a really rich family. I mean, it is very, very Batman story, except its skill is to punch people. The story just feels slow, and rather annoyingly, I'm sure you'll all understand, you're watching an action movie. Doesn't need a love interest. Really doesn't. I'm sorry. He was just about to shag some bird, so or the kind of sidekick bird, for want of a better name for it. So from that point of view, I was probably going to skip a bit anyway, which is slightly disappointing. I don't see the need of films to throw love interests when you don't need one. I mean, if it's a rom-com, that's fair enough. Not that I watch them, but, you know, I'm more into horror movies and sci-fi, but I quite like a good, you know, Marvel and action kind of movie. I can do a good bit of car chase and beat 'em up, and, you know, I'm up for a bit of that. But I do not need I much prefer the kind of British series way of doing romance, which is you see a small amount of light, you know, a light snogging, and they lie down, and then the camera pans up as the lights dim, and then you fade to a new scene, and you completely skip all of the love interest side of it. You just kind of go, oh yeah, and they probably did some stuff overnight, let's not talk about that, and move on. I much prefer that kind of, call me British, but I much prefer that in, you know, because we all know that, you know, it all happens. Of course it does, otherwise we wouldn't be here. Because, you know, for every single one of us, someone had to do the do. But the truth of it is we don't really care. It's not central to the story, so can we, kind of ignore that portion? Especially as technically the guy would have been a virgin because he's just spent 15 years in a monastery, and when he joined he was 10, so I'd like to think, this is his first time. Really don't need to be watching that. That's not, it's really not the most essential part. You can imply it later. Kind of with the, wait, have you two, I mean, let's face it, in the whole of Harry Potter, the only one who actually seems to have a boyfriend stroke girlfriend is Ron. And he only does it to annoy Hermione. I kind of like that level of lack of unnecessarily lovey-dovey in a program. Ouch! Found a sharp end of one in my pin pot. Three squared 2. 3 squared 2. It's kind of weird to think this is only square number 2. It just feels like we've been doing this a long time. Hence the concern for, 18 squares later, by the time we get to the end of square 18, I'm pretty sure I'll be sick of the sight of these things, but for now, we're good. For now, we're good. It's like a bloody arm again. Oh. Get in there though, look. Flappity flappity. It's a thing. I do think for people who don't do lace making, it is a little bit voodoo-like, the fact that it doesn't all just turn into a big pile of shit the moment you take the pins out. Because obviously most people think, oh, it's a load of knots. Well, no, actually. In the perfect world, there probably would be 0 knots. I mean, obviously I've knotted mine at the end and then glued them for shits and giggles. But the truth is that, I'm sure in a proper pile of lace, done by the people of ancient times who did far better shit than I ever will, but they never knotted their stuff. I wish I could go back in time and meet some of them. I think that would be quite a nice thing to do. Go back and meet some of the crafters of olden days. So I spotted a couple in the middle that, well, I'll say the middle, a couple not on the edges that I had missed. I don't know how I missed them, but I missed them. Yeah, I'd love to go back and meet some of the crafters of old. For I'm sure they were called witches because they did crafting. Because they turned, thin bits of string into beautiful lace and knitting and well, turn, you know, half a dead sheep into a jumper and, you know, all of those kind of things. I'd love to meet them and find out what their lives were like. Because the answer is they were poor as arse. They were not rich people, I'm sure. I'm sure some rich people did it as a hobby, a bit like I'm doing it as a hobby. But the poor people who did it for a living, I'd love to meet them. Because I'm not sure I could do this for, you know, 40 plus hours a week. Because chances are they did not do 8-hour days with an hour for lunch kind of thing. Not that we do 8 hours anymore with an hour for lunch. And it was kind of interesting. I never really noticed when it changed, but back in the 90s, you used to have a 9 to 5 job and an hour lunch. And then somewhere in the 90s, it was either 9 to 5:30 or 9 to 5 with a half-hour lunch. And did you get a pay rise for this extra half an hour a day? Did you ask? So from that point of view, it was kind of like, I don't know quite how that happened, but it did. In fact, it happened to me while I was at the same company. I got moved between departments, and when I got my new contract said 9 to 5:30, and I kind of went, but my pay was 9 to 5:30, 9 till 5. Oh, well, yeah, but we need you to, you know, these are your new hours. So basically, you gave me a pay cut. Cheers for that. So I found a chunky bit. There you go. Nearly there, people. Nearly. I've got about 7 more to go. In fact, I did have 7 more to go. How well guessed of me. As long as there aren't any more hidden ones. I don't think there are. It's moving around enough. Last 3. There we go. One in the middle's being awkward. Oh. Ta-da! Oh, there's a hidden one. So there was 8. We just didn't know about it. Here you go. We'll rescue the pin from under there. Oh, look, and there's a pin there. So that should now come off. Look, there's a couple more pins. There's one there. And there's one there. Yeah, I did the test print on the back. But there you go. That's that out of the way. And we now have, put it the right way up, square number 2. Let's make it a bit straighter for you so that the OCDs can feel a little bit more relaxed. There you go. We have square number 2. And in fact, what I should do is I should take my traditional picture of happiness. Let's move the pot of pins before I catapult that all over the place. And take... Oh, I don't want to... At no point did I say I wanted to do a panorama of it. Christ. I will take a picture of my square. And I'm going to get my other square. And we can move you over. Drink. And you can be joined by your sister, brother, whatever, who am I to argue. And we'll put you next to each other, like this. And then we take a picture of both of you. Why don't you line up? Line up. Line up a bit more. Pat you down so at least you look flat. Go. Now we have 2 squares. And because I have not done it yet, I will also go and do this. Hang on. And you're wondering what this is, and you'll soon work out what it is. Hang on. In there, because I hid it, and let's open that. the wrong thing. No, no. This and this needs to go in. No, no, no. Oh, now what have you done? No, I need to. This is doing strange things. This is doing really strange things. I know what's wrong with this. That, I think. There! I'll save that. It's because it's a new version of the program and it didn't take in. Oh, I didn't export it, assholes. Hang on a moment. Yeah. Come out of that. File. Export as. That. Go. Yes. Go. Come on! We've now done 2 squares. Woohoo! In case you didn't notice, I've filled in the extra triangle on the top in my status thing in the corner. So, in case you hadn't noticed, look, little status thing in the corner. We now have 2 whole squares. I wonder if there's any way to mark them as the order I did them. Let's have a look at this one. This is the new one. Let's have a look at the join. Actually, those rows around have evened out a bit. Now it's off the... Now it's off the mat. You may recall they'd kind of scrunched up a bit. But if you look now, it looks a lot more even. They don't look so scrunched up. If I zoom in, hang on, scrunch, and I move over. If you look, it was this row here, but they have, I mean, they're still marginally scrunched, but they're not looking half as flat as they were. So from that point of view, it is kind of, it has relaxed a little bit into its thing. Taking glasses off and having a good look at it. Yeah, there's a few mistakes in it, of course, there's a few mistakes in it. So if that's the join, that's the last triangle. There's something slightly funky going on there. For the most part. I mean, there's a couple of funkier sections. So, for example, something funky there. You can see it's kind of pulling and there's not twisting on it. Ooh, flood alert! Another funky bit there. That's a really interesting funky bit. I'm not quite sure when it happened there, but funkiness there. This edge piece has an element of funkiness, but I think it's actually just a bit baggy. A couple of untwisted sections here in the middle, of course, because life bites. But not as many as there were. So down the middle, previously we had quite a few untwisted ones. I don't seem to have just one there in the middle. But you've got a lot less of those. There's another untwisted one there. But for the most part, yeah, we have 2 squares. Huzzah! Now, it depends how much I can get done tonight as to winding of bobbins and all of that kind of shite, as to whether it's worth streaming tomorrow. Because, of course, if I have no bobbins, I can't really wind bobbins on stream. I just can't I can't stand there and kind of go like this, because you're not supposed to wind bobbins like that. You're supposed to roll the bobbin. And I can't do that with my arms stretched out. I have a bobbin winder It is a phenomenal, wonderful, glorious thing. But it's on my table. My table looks like something from a jumble sale, so you're not seeing that. And for anyone who doesn't know what a jumble sale is, tough. You need if it's a British thing. You don't tend to see jumbles anymore, but jumble sales were basically fight with selling going on. It's a bit like how ice hockey is a fight with occasional scoring, right? Jumble sale is the piles of shite on tables and women literally fight for the contents because you pay next to nothing for any of it. Which is probably why they don't happen anymore. They're all bazaars, darling, and we overcharge for all of it. But we now have 2 squares. And as I say, I wonder how I can keep some form of tally as to which order I did them in. But for now, as long as the right sides are up, I'm just going to pile them together. So the top one is the latest one and the bottom one is the first one. And that can maintain the order, and then fold it up to keep it all safe in my little plastic box of plastic boxness. In here I have a myriad of odd things, so the experiments, my Archimedes drill and some pins. This, which is part of a lace pillow, but I can't find the piece of wood that goes with it. And then I've got this, which is a timbre, which would be potentially good, but I just feel it's going to rip everything. And then a pile of those little elastic bands that I was talking about for the Honiton bobbins. So they all live in the bottom of here. And then my experiments and stuff fit on top for now. I will have to dedicate the box eventually. 2 little squares. But huzzah! Look, see? Emptiness. And it looks, you really can't see it as well on camera, but you can kind of see it up here. You can see this kind of splattering of white, and it does kind of wipe off. If I do this, it does wipe off, so it's bits of something, but I don't believe it's all me. Pretty confident it's not just me. Put this back on. You are supposed to move this between each one, which is why I take it off and then put it back on, so that chances are it's not in the exact same spot that it was. I mean, it's close, but this one's slightly off centre, so that will help. So that's ready for the next one. We're done. Not a lot more I can do today. I haven't really done much of my cross stitch, so there's no point showing you that. I did finish filling in all the flowers, and I've done a couple of the early bits of frond, but I've really done fuck all of nothing with it. So, from that point of view, today is over. With any luck, I shall be back tomorrow. As long as I've done 15-20 worth of bobbins, which I'm sure I can do in that time, we can make a start, because obviously you've got like 10 pairs or whatever here. 10-15 pairs, and then this section can grow. That's a good start for a Sunday. So from that point of view, it's funny how sticky up some bits of this are, and how this bit's flat, this bit's got a rough section on it. Whatevs. Actually, that's a good point. This is not necessarily the right way up. Let me look and see, because why do I say it's not necessarily the right way up? Because we added extra holes for the rose ground. At the moment, I can't find them. There they are. This is my starting corner. Just checking. Yeah, this is my starting corner. So let's put this back in. That's already in sorted for tomorrow. These pins are all sticking up and getting annoying because they don't fit in my pin case at the moment with them sticking up. I will have to getting there. Almost. Because of course they'll just bend if I push it. But yes, we are done. We are good for tomorrow. Thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting me in my hour of need. Let's get rid of the pin of gluing and put back the pin of poking. So yes, with any luck, we should be back tomorrow to start square number 3 and triangle number 9. Does seem slightly weird saying triangle number 9. It feels so futuristic, if you know what I mean. It feels kind of in the distance, but of course there are 4 triangles a square, so from that point of view it's not quite so weird, but it does seem a bit weird that we're on triangle number 9. So I'm trying to push this back in the middle. No, that's one to one side. It's the only problem with this tool, I can't see down the middle. Oh look, can we finish our string with some ads? Tighten that up. Right. Let's have a look. Who's outside? Who's out there? Just so. So I am going to